Ari, what's up? Forgot I dumped out my mixture last night. No, I don't. Eventually. Not anytime soon. I'm usually bored, yes. I do not. We will never know. But if you keep repeating that, then you'll be put in timeout too. Benchmade. I doubt anybody's going to make fun of you for it. Fair enough. Oh, what'd you get? Warsmith, what's up? Oh, funny enough, the original's made in D2 as well, so you're not missing out on a whole lot. Yeah, S30V. And that's why I will never own a Medford, is because apparently they're extremely heavy. And I haven't found a single one of that guy's designs that I'm actually impressed with. So, thank you, J-Man. Omar, what's up? Well, it seems like we may have got the channel to heal a little bit. Not only is chat more active, but we've got more people in here than usual. I would have bought a Griptilian before I bought any of those other ones, to be honest. I try to be great at what I do. And we lost everybody. Just a second. And just sharpening at a normal pace. I haven't gone fishing in a long time. What is it that you think I should be using instead then? Howdy. It takes a few weeks to months of practicing to get good at sharpening. What grits do you use? I'll be honest, I very rarely use the strop. Appreciate that, J-Man. I've stopped uploading for the time being. I was hoping that the streams would do better, and they had been for a while, and then they kind of just stopped. Like you can see right now, we got 3 people in here. Nobody answers these questions, so I'm probably going to stop using them. As for my preference in stones, I usually start at 400 and finish at 500. Yeah. I'm happy with that. Oh, but you're holding both sides of the paper towel. So does everybody else. I'll be honest, I kind of just forget that I have a strop most of the time. Beautiful. Wouldn't call myself a pioneer just yet, but here pretty soon I will be. Well, not pretty soon. It's going to take a while. I'm trying to come up with having my own knife design made. It's going to cost a lot. And there we go. Everything's all nice and sharp. Typically, I say Spyderco Para 3. It's comfortable. It's a great knife. Gotta start cleaning up the table. Thanksgiving and Christmas are coming up, so before we have anybody show up to the house, I gotta do my part in cleaning. Current EDC is Chris Reeve Sabenza with a cheap wallet, a pry bar, keys, and flashlight. One of the cheap flashlights that Olight gives away when you order shit from them. It's like $6. But it's brighter than my phone's flashlight, so if it didn't cost so damn much, I'd recommend everybody have one of these. Like, if you can afford it comfortably, go for it. But if you have to stretch your money out to buy it, I'm not sure that I'd recommend doing that. Knife parts go in that box. Knives go in that box. Ooh, shreddable paper. Tell me about it. I'm dealing with the same shit. I need to sharpen this one. Well, thank you, Butter. Hopefully you do as well. If things keep going slow like they are, I might have to stop. So, what I didn't realize and what I thought I knew, but I was wrong. And I'm not saying that money's everything when it comes to this stuff, but the videos make money and the live streams don't, unless you watch them after they were already uploaded. Toxic, what's up? So the streams don't make any money other than donations. Again, not asking for money. I'm just speaking how it is. The videos make a decent amount of money though. So I might have to sit there and let my my second phone watch videos of mine. Oh shit. Oh yeah, a lot of that was donations. Now that I think about it. Thought one of the videos actually made me some good money, and then I realized, oh, a couple of them have done pretty good. Okay. There's a couple videos that I need to remake. Dang, I didn't realize I was losing subscribers. That sucks. What do you do? This time last month I had twice as many views. Yeah, I try my best. Click. So, I will be selling off a decent chunk of the collection. I've said this multiple times before. I need to make $30,000. So to do that, I'll be selling off a large chunk of the collection. And the plan is like a liquidation type thing where I sell things for around half of what they go for retail. Not that everything will be up for sale, but a decent chunk will be. I have a personal collection. And the personal collection won't be sold. No, I don't condone gambling. Well, I have an addiction to gambling, so I won't be doing that kind of stuff to make money. Definitely not going to be doing that. I just need to sell more knives. I got to find people who are interested in the knives that I'm trying to sell. Nope. Well, thank you, J-Man. T8. I don't know why this was on the wrong side. But yeah, for me to come out with my first design, it'll be, like I said, roughly $30,000. Should be fun. This, I was just swapping sides of the pocket clip. Because for some reason it was sitting there on the wrong side. There we go. Nice and smooth, like it should be. I'm going to make a quick clip. Oh, I don't live on the West Coast either. I don't think there's any state on the West Coast that I would like to live in, whatever. Lots of knife restrictions. So I don't understand how these things got to be so expensive. When it comes to the materials, namely the blade steel is N690, and how they have them priced at 210. And this isn't the only knife that has that issue. I'm just wondering why people or companies think that N690 is worth so damn much when the performance is not great. I'm probably still sticking with the Spyderco Para 3 for my number one knife. PM2 is a great knife as well, and then coming in at third place at the moment is the Sebenza. But I think this one might be taking second place here pretty soon. Yeah, but then I gotta get a lathe. Yep. Let me go check something. I was wanting to look up this blade steel and talk about it a little bit more. About why I don't understand the cost of this stuff. Three and a half, 4.5, and 8. So this stuff has worse edge retention than S30V, worse toughness than S30V, and is slightly more stain resistant. Yet it costs double the price for basically no reason. So there's no point in this steel really existing at the price point that it does. Again, this thing right here is like, what did I figure, 210 from Tops Knives. 210 bucks is just way too much for this thing. With a plasticky micarta, that's why I'm selling it for 80, because 200 something is just way too damn much. And I still think that 100 is too much. I don't know how companies get away with that shit. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm sure it's a great knife. But for the amount of the cost of materials and everything, it just isn't worth it on that end. I'd almost recommend any Benchmade in this price point over this thing. Well, I thought my coolest knife was this one. Personally. This one's not bad though. Yeah, if it wasn't so damn expensive, I'd tell everybody to have one. I'd tell you all to go out and buy one, but the average person doesn't want to drop 550 on a knife. I wanted it. Regular Joe knife, what's up? It's just that I wanted it. That was it. There's no other reason for me to have this thing. It had blade steel I wanted, at an HRC that I wanted, with handle materials that I wanted, with a handle finish that I wanted, and a blade finish that I wanted. It's just everything that I wanted in a user knife. So I dropped $400 on it, went out, brought it to the Chris Reeve shop, had it glass blasted for 50, and then I have the perfect work knife for 450. But brand new, these are 550. If you're just getting into knives, I don't recommend buying something like this. I recommend going out there and buying a bunch of lesser expensive pieces so you can find out what you like and don't like. And then you can start moving into the more expensive stuff. There's no way I'm the only channel that you watch. You gotta have some other people in there. Like, some people prefer a flipper over anything else. Some people prefer smaller knives. Maybe you don't like titanium. Maybe you prefer FRN. Or maybe you want micarta or G10. Maybe you don't care for a stainless blade. Maybe you'd rather go for high edge retention and leave it at that. Or maybe you care about toughness and you go for a steel like that. There are plenty of options. There is something out there for everybody. I promise you. You just need to look around. I've found the knife for me. It's not exactly perfect, which is where me designing my own stuff comes in. I get to design what I like, and if it sells, it sells. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If it doesn't, I'm out 30,000. But if it doesn't, it doesn't. M16. See, that's not a terrible knife. It's just not for me. I don't like serrations personally, so probably a knife that I would stay away from. But again, I've been collecting for years, almost coming in on 4 years here pretty soon. 3 or 4 years, whatever, I don't remember. But I've been collecting long enough to know that I don't enjoy serrated knives. It's a personal thing. You know, um, I know I like titanium, so I have expensive taste, which it shows with this kind of stuff. Sure. Again, not saying it's a bad knife. Scales are going to be just fine. Heat treat isn't terrible. And if you like knives like that, you'll probably end up as a collector of knives designed by Hinderer, Rick Hinderer. And you may be asking, why do I think that? Well, the main similarities of this knife and Hinderer designed knives is flipper tab and thumb studs as the stop pin. So we'll go look at some Hinderer designs. Now I'm not going to tell you to buy anything from Hinderer. I'm not going to tell you not to either. All I'm going to say is this is probably the stuff that you're going to end up turning to. Really? That's all you guys sell from Hinderer right now? Let's go with this one right here. You'll probably end up with something like this. You know, you'll work your way up to it. I'm not saying you're going to buy this thing next. I'm just saying you will work your way up to things like this. You know, it's nice stuff. You can find it cheaper used, of course. Let's see. S45, S45. Want something in Magna Cut though. You may end up working your way up to an Arius, even. Something from Koenig. You know, it depends on how deep into the hobby you get. I'm pretty deep into it at this point. Deep enough that I'm trying to have my own shit made. I don't have any use for serrations in my life. I don't cut rope, I don't cut clothing, I don't do anything where serrations are useful. So they just get in the way. Start pushing you towards something like one of these. A ZT562 Ti or a ZT562 CF if you want carbon fiber instead. Carbon fiber is about 20 bucks less expensive. But great knife, great steel. You know, decent heat treat. I think with these ones you don't have to worry about the soft heat treat. Yeah, 62 to 64 HRC. That is some good shit right there. I'd almost push you towards a ZT hinderer over an actual hinderer because they're less expensive with a better heat treat. And you know, there's less expensive knives from this guy too. Not from him directly, but some of his designs are a lot less expensive. Oh, I didn't know that was designed by him. Gross. See, this right here, maybe not this one specifically, the titanium one. That's what I'd be going for. The 562 Ti. I definitely don't know everything. I know a lot. I definitely don't know everything though. Well, sure, but I've been doing this longer than you, so me knowing more than you, that's in this sense shouldn't be surprising. You know, by the point that you've made a YouTube channel based on your hobby, it's fairly apparent that this is probably what you're going to stick with for a while. Sure, but I'm also your regular everyday guy. I don't have specialty things most of the time. You know, like I don't do a whole lot of stuff with my knives. A lot of food, a lot of cardboard, and other than that, there isn't a whole lot that I do. Oh, and flipping them. A lot of opening and closing. I'll be working on uploading more shorts. And I would love for people to ask me more questions during these live streams. Preferably questions that are relevant to what the channel's based on. It gives me something to talk about during these live streams when a lot of the times I'm really not that busy. So when I don't have something to talk about, I just sit here in silence and people leave. You know, people lose interest. Ask questions. If there's something you're curious about, throw it out there. Like, why did I buy this? Or, you know, stuff like that. It's just questions. I'm going to try putting a lanyard on this. Just because. I'm not good with lanyards and I don't like lanyards, but still want to try it. Try making my own lanyard and maybe it'll go well. Maybe it'll go to shit. Who knows? I have a knife design prepped. I need to have it sent out and redesigned. But yeah, I'm working on a knife design. Oh yeah, I forgot. I have to take the blade out first. What about sharpening? Oh darn. Didn't realize the lanyard hole on these things was so damn small. Looks like we're putting it back together already. Yeah, that ain't gonna help. Unfortunately, it's just too small. And the lanyard cord that I was going to use was too big because it came with a fake. Get this thing torqued down a little bit. You have a great night, J-Man. We'll see you later. Beautiful. I really do like this knife. Liquid Grin, what's up? Welcome back. I haven't been streaming since Tuesday, so you haven't missed much of anything. And I said I was gonna upload shorts, and then I forgot to upload shorts, and then. Oh yeah, no, I just forgot. It's not life happens. It's just forgot. Got a quote though since last stream. Yes, forgot happens too. Well, good. What'd you do tonight that got you in a good mood? Because I didn't do shit. Oh, good. I need to go see if Costco's hiring. Maybe they'll pay me more. Maybe they'll let me just pack people's carts. Not a whole lot. Specifically when it comes to things that I can talk about. Ooh. Yeah, I could see that. As long as you can afford the shit that you do, sure. Woohoo! I tied a lanyard. Oh yeah, no. This is money I need for basically starting a business. On the bright side, the upfront payment is probably tax deductible, which means the what, $1,200 in tax. Let me figure this out real quick. Calculator. 28,000 times 6%. $1,680 in tax. I don't know who I'd have to sponsor that shit. Not sponsor, but like partner or whatever. I may end up being a rich person, but I need to start making videos again. I need to have somebody edit my videos for me. That's the problem, is I hate editing. I'm not looking for review work right now. I'm looking for at the moment I'm not looking for free shit. We'll put it that way. So yeah, that's sales tax to have my knives made. 100 of them. Dang, there goes the lanyard. I do think things through, yes. Which is where the whole I need to sell shit comes in handy. Or comes to mind anyway. I need a lot of my shit gone. ASAP. Are you in the US? And is there anything in my collection that you thought you wanted? Other than, some of the shit that's my personal collection. Yes, the chair. Shit, if I could sell all 100 knives of my design, then I could probably buy a new chair. Yeah, but it's a character that not everybody likes. Same with that. I might need to do that whatnot thing and just say fuck it. Oh, I just hate doing my own taxes. You know what? I got a great question for Google. Okay. So basically, if I go ahead and I pay, let's say, like $4,000 in taxes, even though I don't have to, I just send them $4,000, then I get a refund. And I don't have to worry about being delinquent on my taxes and breaking any laws because I overpaid them every single time. Right? I think that's how it works anyway. I'm talking about these oh, what's it called? I'm talking about selling like this stuff, which is a second source of income. Keeping track of that shit's a pain in the ass, and then there's the paying taxes on top of it. So my thought is, if I just overpay them, then yeah, then I get my money back for tax season. Yeah, but then I also got to go and get like an attorney and a whole, like, there's a whole bunch of shit that I got to do. Well, I'd think for resale that the amount that I spend on them is tax deductible, but the profits are not. I don't know. I have to talk to a tax attorney. Which fucking sucks, but dang, you start talking about taxes and everybody leaves. We got 2 people in here. We had like 13 earlier. Yep, that's how it works. You make money, you pay taxes, and then you die. That is life. No. I'm just... I need to learn. Need to find something relevant to talk about that people actually want to hear or that may be interesting, because obviously taxes aren't doing it. So let's start finding some stuff to talk about. Oh, trust me, neither am I. Apparently I use too much grease in these things. When I compare it to how much stuff they use. So I watched a video the other day. I don't think it's illegal to talk about this. Where somebody mixed, like they got an empty toothpaste bottle or something and a syringe, and they mixed gasoline and styrofoam to make a gel type stuff, and then they sucked it up into the syringe and then pushed it into the toothpaste tube, and it's a highly flammable gel. That you can use as a fire starter. The problem is you got to make sure you have the right gel that, or the right toothpaste tube that won't melt from gasoline. Next, I would have a fixed blade, probably with a blade that's around 6 inches long, a folding knife, a bunch of salt. And I know that sounds dumb, but salt is extremely useful and isn't very easy to find in the wild. It helps with moisture retention within the body. Very, very useful. I'd personally take my sharpening equipment, or as much as I can, because finding good sharpening equipment is not going to be easy. And a full trauma kit. Sure, but I'm nowhere near the ocean. I'm like 400 miles away from the nearest ocean. From the nearest saltwater ocean, anyway. Up in northern Idaho, there is. Oh, yeah, no, that's still about 400 miles away as well. How wide is Oregon? Like 500 miles? How wide is how wide is Oregon? Oh. So yeah, I'm about 420, 430 miles away from the nearest ocean. And 400 miles or so away from the nearest port. I'm also about 400 miles away from the nearest nuclear submarine facility, which is in that same port. I would highly recommend not trying to sneak onto one of those. Either of those. Yeah. I wouldn't attempt getting onto any restricted military vehicle. That is a terrible idea. I wouldn't even dream of it. We all know the government watches our dreams. I'll agree with the exist part. Unfortunately, the vast majority of my fellow people aren't very bright. I can draw small circles. That's not that hard to do. I do not have butterfly knives. Nope. Holy shit. I did one of the Chris Reeve lanyards. Woohoo. Just not as good as they do it. Nope. No balisong, butterfly knife, anything like that. I need to work on other designs. No. I'll stick with that first one for now. I just need to find a job that'll pay me $30,000 more than I'm making right now. Which shouldn't be too hard, you wouldn't think. Oh, that is a lot more than I'm making now. Okay then. Well, I'm not making a whole lot at the moment, but Cliff, what's up? How's it going? Oh, I'm making more than zero. I need to be making about 45K. And if I saved up for like everything that I don't need to spend money on, if I saved up for the full year, I could afford to have the knives made by this time next year. Or no, I was being serious. Yeah, 45K isn't that bad. It shouldn't be hard to find a job that's making all that much more than I'm making at the moment. But if I manage my money properly and I buy and sell things the right way, I could probably do it about 2 or 3 months early. Which would mean like September. And then maybe have them released. I don't know how long it's going to take for them to make them. Damn, it sucks having to do shit legally. Which sounds dumb, but it does. It sucks. So by the sounds of it, I need a job that pays $22 an hour. Well, 22 is enough to make a little over 45 in a year. Well, good. Not allowed to talk about my current job. All I can tell you is it's boring. Yeah, work for ICE, make like 80K a year. Shit, at 80K a year, I could pay that shit off in a couple, like half a year. No. No, we're talking about me, I don't think ICE was paid during the shutdown. Nope. We're talking about how much it's going to cost for me to have my own design made. And this is not counting distribution fees or anything. This is just to have it made. Some of them are decent, a lot of them suck. It really depends on which ones you got. Then there's the other thing. It depends on which batch of which one you got. And then, and then. I do not. Clones aren't something I pay attention to. I don't know about the camouflage one. And what do you mean by the grail? Do you mean the orange one? Ozark Trail has a titanium knife. We'll see you later, Butter. You have a good one. Appreciate you sticking around. Like titanium scales? Oh, okay. The rainbow one. Yeah, no, not what I had in mind. I thought you meant like solid titanium scales like this. Or this. See, y'all are the reason why I'm broke. Bring up a knife that I just have to have, and now I'm broke again because I bought it. Okay. Then I have no clue which one you're talking about. Yeah, depending on the finish, they look a lot different. Like this one is a stonewash milled finish. This is a glass blasted finish. Sand blasted is darker. I'm not looking at your picture, no. Where'd you send it? Yep, I already have somebody that's interested in it. Oh, I didn't read that. On Instagram. Sorry, my Instagram has a new setup and I don't like it. Yeah, they've got this whole thing now, and I don't like this at all. And it's because it's on an older phone. It has that, I assume. The connections? What do you mean by that? Flipper tab's fine though. I'm looking for your picture, man, but I don't see it. You mean the screws? They're fine. I don't want to get rid of it, but you know, I'd be making a decent amount if I sold it to this guy, and then I can put that money aside for the new design. God, if I keep selling shit for like $50 here, $80 there, $30 here, that's gonna take a while. Oh, I thought that thing was aluminum. I don't know what you mean by water your garden. Oh yeah, no, I see the three. Is this bottom one the one you're talking about? Because I thought for sure that thing was aluminum. I'm working on selling stuff. Oh no, I'm keeping a decent chunk of them. It's fun. So that blue one's the one you're talking about? I swear that thing's aluminum. Yep, I had it glass blasted because that's the way I prefer it looking. Wish it didn't cost so damn much, but it's better than sandblast, so. How much did I pay? Everything all said and done, I paid $450. It's about $100 off because I bought it used. Oh, 50 to have it glass blasted. I definitely say it is the cleanest one on the mat, considering it's the only one on the mat. No, but it's more than I wanted to pay. It's always more than you want to pay, though. Okay. I'm going to do a little bit of digging. because I'm curious about it now. For I'm not sure how I feel about cold steel anymore. I'm assuming this is the one that you're talking about. Just blue. I haven't carried them much at all because they don't hold an edge worth shit every time that I get a hold of them. I swear I don't do a whole lot to them. Okay, so yeah, just a titanium coated handle. 3CR blade. I thought for sure that thing was solid titanium for a second there. Oh, make more shorts, make some more videos. I got stuff to do. Ooh, you know what? That's not a terrible idea. I used to do those videos all the time. I'd grab a knife, I'd talk about its specs, and then I'd say how much they go for. Maybe I'll do that again. Grab a knife, talk about the specs, say how much they go for, and then say that it may be up for sale on my Blade Binge account. It's 3CR13. What do you guys think about that video idea? Once every day or two, I upload a video where I grab one of my knives in my collection and then I do a short video talking about the specs and how much they sell for. Damn. The unfortunate side of that kind of thing is you will likely never have the collection you once did. God, I remember back in the day, I'm sitting here thinking about old YouTube. Back in the day, videos were like 320p, 480p, 240p, stuff like that. And you'd watch these videos and you think that the video quality was great when it was like 360p. And I was just sitting there the other day going through my camera settings on my phone, and I can't take video that has a lower quality than 720, which is back in the day that was HD. And now it's just like bare minimum. So what do you guys think about? Okay, I need to do some research. You have a great night as well, Cliff. We'll see you later. I need to do some research, but my phone is due for an upgrade. And I have some options. Fuck no. I'm due for an upgrade, which means I go for the free options that I can get. I think the newest one is the Revel 8 that I can get for free. And it comes with double the storage capacity of my current phone, which double the storage capacity leaves me so much space to make videos longer and upload them. It also leaves me space to have good quality photos and keep them on the phone. You know, it just gives me space that I don't have right now. My phone is constantly sitting at 62 out of 64 gigs used. and I just don't have the space to do any of this shit. I've been trying to upload a video multiple times for Sharpo, and I can't do them because I run out of space in the middle of it. So October 22nd to November 22nd, plus an extra 14 days. Gotta talk to Cody about that. Well, I'm not super familiar either. I just don't have the money to be buying expensive shit like that. Oh, yeah, I forgot to put Dakota's. After food, gas, rent, and everything else, I have $100 left. And I can't be spending a third of that on a phone. Holy cat, what's up? Where is my pen? It's a Manix 2 lightweight and a Dragonfly 2. Where's my pen? Man, I like that pen. I gotta go find my pen. Oh. It's in my box. Okay. Um, I don't know if he's uploaded in a while. I need to get myself a set of titanium scales for that thing and anodize them pink. Oh, I put these down. This is the day that the the hold started. I can do ends January 4th. Hell yeah. Oh, dude, that's gonna be nice. When one truck's paid off. And you know what you could do? You'd have to double check your loans, your loan agreement, but if there's no penalty for paying shit off early, you could put a decent chunk of that first payment into the payment of the other vehicle and pay the other vehicle off sooner. That's the kind of shit that I'd be doing. What kind of payment are we talking after next month? And this is one of the nice things about having a cheap truck that was paid off. Yeah, you could almost pay that second truck off twice as fast. What do you guys think of that Chris Reeve that's on the mat? You should always have an emergency fund in liquid assets. And this may sound dumb, but enough to pay for 6 months of if shit goes downhill. Now, of course, I'm saying things as a hypocrite in this situation, but That is how things should be, is you should have enough to pay for 6 months. No, I understand that. If you want to be set up and have low stress in your life, that is one helpful way of doing it. What I'm getting at is I don't have that much money either. I think total saved up right now I have like $600. And all that is strictly for insurance. Yep. And you wonder why I'm stuck at home. Dude, studio apartments around here are like 1,500. And the median household income around here is like 60K. Which means most people make less than that. Let's see. 1,500 times 12 is 18,000. If I went out and got a studio apartment at 1,500 a month, I would be in debt $6,000 by the end of the year. Well, after a full year, I would be six grand in debt. Sure, but most people around here, like, you either make 20 to 25,000 or you make 200 to 250,000. And the problem is the people that make 200 to 250,000 are buying up all the houses and all the land, then developing it into tiny little townhouses or whatever that are basically just two shipping containers on top of each other. And then you're renting that shit out for 1,400 a month or something. When I say shipping containers, I literally mean they're the size of two shipping containers on top of each other. That's it. I'm not allowed to talk about my job, unfortunately. I'll be moving jobs soon here, though. They don't pay me enough. I enjoy what I do, but they don't pay me a lot. Yeah, we were talking earlier about I need $30,000. If I got a job that pays me $22 an hour and I leveraged my money right over the next year, I could possibly have $30,000 by next September. I want to come out with my first knife design. So instead of buying shit for myself, for the next while, yeah, I've already talked to a company that isn't too super far away. And that's why I need that or have a specified amount is because I talked to them about it. Worst case scenario, it'll be 30,000. On the low end, though, it won't be 30,000. What am I trying to turn what into? Oh, I just want my first knife design finished. I get 100 of them made, and then I turn around and I go sell them. And you go for profit. And yeah, if everything goes well and they sell fairly quickly, then, make some more. I need to think of how many I can send out for marketing and how much it's going to cost me to have them sent out. And then there's another question. Do I want to do a Kickstarter type thing? I know it's a smarter idea to do a Kickstarter to see if people are actually interested. I wasn't thinking 550. I didn't want to go at the same price as the Chris Reeve knives. I was thinking somewhere between 4 and 500 though. Shit, if a Kickstarter does well, actually have the money to pay that shit off and then have it done maybe sooner. Put the profit straight back into making more. Well, I do want to start off by saying I wasn't going after Chris Reeve when the idea came up. My first design was actually going after a discontinued model from Kershaw. Was the first idea, and I iterated on it quite a few times until I came up with what I'm sitting at now. So I'll show you the old pictures, and then I think you've already seen the new picture. But I just want to start off with anybody who thought I was going after copying the Chris Reeve designs, that I wasn't. The original idea was actually me going after the Kershaw Junkyard Dog 2 with a different blade shape. And then I reiterated it a few times. Instead of having a screw right here where the blade might tap it, I got rid of that completely. And then I liked the swoop on this, so I did a swoop on it. And then I put a blade cutout over here just so it would match up with this cutout on the scales right here. And then that's how I ended up the way I did, and it just looks too similar to this on accident. But that's how it all started. That was done on July 1st. Titanium and MagnaCut at 63 to 64. Right up there with the Chris Reeve knives. Now, something I didn't know about these until recently when I had one and I played with it a shit ton. The ceramic ball bearing in here wears. You can have flat spots on this thing from playing with it. And well, yeah, that was the plan, is I want that idea out there that I'm already working on it. Next step will be going out and having it redesigned from the ground up in a different modeling software that I actually have a commercial license for. And then doing a step up, and unfortunately prototyping is going to cost about $500 a piece. For the 5 or so prototypes that I want made, it's going to cost roughly double to a little under double what it should cost to make them. Plus, that's already on top of the fact that just because I paid for prototyping doesn't mean I can't pay for the rest of the 100. I still have to pay for all the others. Jay, what's up? How's it going? So yeah, that's the plan. Let me go read some stuff about Kickstarter. I've since iterated on that last picture that I posted as well. I would love for this to take off. Kickstarter. The question would be, what kind of returns are you expecting? Best idea I have is compressed air. Damn, dude. 25 to 30% is what I'd be making. You need an air compressor? Yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking, but if you've got it in the pressed sections, water isn't going to do it. And you definitely don't want it wet when you're trying to blast it. It is 1:30 here. Creators submit a project with a clear description, a funding goal, a duration 1 to 60 days. Jesus. And set rewards for backers. Backers pledge money to the project. If the funding goal is met within the time limit, the funds are collected from backers and transferred to the creator. If the goal is not met, no money is collected from backers and the creator receives nothing. Fun. If the campaign is successful, the creator receives the funds minus 5% and is responsible for completing the project and fulfilling the rewards to their backers. Okay, so Kickstarter takes 5%. I'm not sure how I can help you with that one, man. I don't mess with fixed blades, so well, I've talked to Millet about it. They said that they could break up the cost into two. So I have 50 made up front and then 50 made after those ones are bought. So they'll break the batch into two, and that would be cheaper on me. And it would just be easier all around. Oh, this one? I've been trying to get rid of this thing. It's used, but it's sharp as shit. The smallest run they do is 100, but they'll break the 100 into 50s, 2 rounds of 50. This thing's pretty heavy. Comes in a little under 6 ounces. Stainless frames. Basically 9CR blade steel. It's a spray form version of 9CR. Nice and smooth button lock. It's been a while since I've tested, but I have a little bit of experience with Rex 121, but not enough to come up with an opinion. I'm trying to get rid of that thing though. Oh, definitely. Just about every one of my knives are that sharp. It's not the heaviest knife when you hold it where I was holding it, but I should probably practice it on one that I'm actually selling, not one that I'm not going to sell. Very fidget friendly. Just wish people wanted more fidget friendly knives. Yeah, I didn't think 50 was that bad. If it cuts the cost in half, it brings it down to 15,000. If I could pay 15,000, and that'd be great. And there's another question. Do I have to pay taxes on those things? And the answer is yes. So then there's also the question, I don't make enough money to get a loan. What about a best knife company? It's a CJRB frac base model in black. What am I asking? What are you gonna throw this with your list? The frac is 35. Making a whopping $5 on that one. AR RPM 9. It's basically, from what I've heard, a spray form version of 9CR. You're bad for what now? Squeak. There's a lot of very good knife companies out there. Is there a specific one you're asking about? Oh, what now? No shit, that's an actual company. Let's see their store. What do they have in stock? Fixed blade, fixed blade, fixed blade, fixed blade. Not particularly interested in fixed blades. Nitro V. Ooh, at least they have a good heat treat on things. As long as that's the heat treat number. Squeak? Nope, it's not. Damn. I don't know. I thought it says G3. I thought it said 63. And 63 would be a killer heat treat. But looks like I was wrong. And they don't list their heat treat anywhere. Yeah, so some of these said G2. This one said G3. G2, G3. I was thinking it said 63, 62, 62, and 63, and I was like, shit, man, that's a killer heat treat. Turns out I was wrong. It's a almost 4-inch blade for $229. Three and 3/4. Yeah, I've watched his videos. That's just stuff that I can't do to a knife. None of them have a good enough warranty for me to do that. That's not true. I won't buy from Glock. I just don't like their guns, so not my thing. There is one knife that I'm willing to chop a nail in half with. If I was getting paid to do it, sure. Saved. Okay, if this knife is still there, if he actually is out in Nampa, I'll go buy it. So the Harbor Freight Icon knife, there is somebody on Marketplace that has one for $11. And it's got a broken pocket clip, and I don't care about that if all I'm going to be doing is destroying it. I could do a full abuse test on that thing. And you know, the videos that get people watching, they make money. Never watched Joe X. I've never really played with 3V. I have some 4V that I need to get rid of. It's a Kaiser Sheepdog Mini in green aluminum and 4V. It doesn't have a pocket clip though, and they want $20 to replace it. So you're just going to say including your current EDC and you're not going to tell me what that is? God, the disrespect. Yes, your EDC. For anyone curious, that was the fake Chris Reeve. If that much wasn't obvious. Sheep's foot? Or is there a separate Warncliffe? Oh yeah, I've never seen one of those in person. Squeak. Squeak. Wish this thing would sit up straight. You carry that thing? Damn. Actually, this one's licensed. They licensed the spider hole on this thing. I completely agree with you, and I still own 4 of them. When you get them for a good enough price, you kind of stop complaining. I own a Griptilian, a full-size Adamas, and 2 mini Adamases. This one I got for 70. I don't remember how much I got for that one, or got that one for, but it was a good deal. This one was a terrible deal, and the guy that was supposed to buy it from me backed out, or at least hasn't gotten back to me in a month. Not impressed. You know, I told the guy I'm going to buy this thing for you, but because it's your dream knife is what he was saying. And so I went and bought it for him. I found one for a good price, went and bought it. And after I bought it, never got a hold of me again. So either the dude forgot, which I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say he forgot and hasn't been checking his emails, or the dude might be in prison. Overall, not happy. And then my other one I got for 106, which was insane. That one was a great deal. I'm holding it until the end of the year. Somebody else wanted it first, but I'm holding it until the end of the year to give the guy a chance at his Grail knife, is what he said it was. And maybe that's me being too nice. Unfortunately, I paid too much. I think I paid like 180 for it. And the plan was to, no, 193. And the plan was to turn around and sell it to the guy, which he agreed to buy it for 220. And it just didn't work out by the sounds of it. Oh, and God, that shit's expensive. Shipping. Squeak. What was the guy's name anyway? Michael Roper. Bought a pair of 3 from me in the past, and then never got back to me on the PM2 or the Mini Adamas. I'll tell you what, I think the next person in line was I'm pretty sure the next person in line, give me a sec, is Dakota. I'm finding Dakota some nicer stuff. I've been finding him some nicer stuff lately. And you know, if I keep finding him the nicer stuff, there's almost no point in him having one of those. But it's kind of up to him. Oh no, Loser was the proper spelling. No, the guy's bought from me in the past, but I can't keep buying shit for people and then holding on to it forever. That's one of those cases where, again, I'm just being too nice. And I know I'm being too nice. Completely my fault. But if I was in his situation, right, where somebody had my grail knife and they were willing to, or found my grail knife for a decent price, and they were willing to buy it and hold it for me, I'd do everything that I could to buy that thing. Especially when it's exactly the way that you wanted it. There's a couple dents on the pocket clip, and that's about it. And it's got that polished finish that he wanted on the blade. Oh, just irritated. No, it's just he wanted it. It seems like, or he said it's his grail knife. Took him on his word for that one, and it bit me in the ass. It happens. I think I already sent him an email saying that he has until the end of the year. As soon as January 1st comes around, though, that shit is gone. Sent emails. I don't know. My word means something to me. So, I can't go telling other people that their word doesn't mean anything. I gave the guy a chance. Still got December. I'm not doing that again, though. Next time that I get somebody's grail knife, they got a month. That is it. So my recommendation, if you want me to find your grail knife and you want to buy it from me, have the money ready before I buy it, because I won't hold it. 1 month is already long enough. There's only 12 of those in a year. I'm not going to question it. My grail knife back, what was it, a couple of years ago, was a pair of 3. And then I got a pair of 3. Dude's probably just new to collecting. And then it went from a pair of 3 to that Sandrin Torino. And then it went from the Torino up to a Sabenza. And now that I've got the Sabenza, I don't know what I want next. Well, actually, I do know what I want next, but what I want next is my knife finished. Sure. See? You get it. We can't talk too much shit because we're in the same boat. We all start somewhere and then eventually it gets out of control. It's called autism, which I obviously have and have been diagnosed for. Why am I spraying this side? Need to start on the 320. What do they call it on Unsubscribed Podcast? The touch of tism? No. And if you do, I hope to God it doesn't get expensive. Pens were never really my thing. I'm not going to say I'll never dump $1,000 on a pen because I said that about a knife and I just dropped $1,000 on 2 knives, 1,300 technically on 3. I can't afford them right now. Again, all the money that I save up from here until a while from now is going to be going straight into getting that design out. And then marketing. I'm sure that's fun. I'm not sure if I even enjoy sharpening in general, to be honest. Well, you don't have to send me anything. Man, then I gotta buy ink and shit. Don't I? Have I told you what buying an expensive ass knife is like? It's just like buying a car. Hey, you got a cheap truck that you already paid off. Congratulations. Oh, you know what you should get that would make it look great? You should get a new set of wheels. While you're at it, these tires look like shit. You should go get an extra set of tires too. You should go get new wheels and tires. Okay, so I go get new wheels and tires. Now I just spent an extra $1,000 on my truck. Damn, your brakes are shot. You know what? You should go get some new brakes too. Bam, another $1,000 on my truck. Oh, you gotta have insurance. Let's go see how much insurance for that thing is. $650 every 6 months. Hey, you're running low on gas. You should go buy some gas. Bam. $60 a week every week for like ever. Damn, your oil looks like shit. You should go get an oil change. $70 for an oil change for me doing shit myself because I use the good shit. I'm under 25. My rate is high. And they're trying to increase my premiums because my parents live in the same house as I do. They already increased my premium because my sister lives in the same house. Fucking stupid. So I'm swapping insurance companies in December. Oh, but you're a gold member with Progressive. Yeah, fuck you guys. They're not even covered under my insurance policy yet. You're increasing my premium because they live in the same building? Yes, I have the title. I already found another guy that'll do the better insurance for. Yes, we're going 3K. It's crew wear, so why not? What are you talking about having them do some sort of insurance deal? When I went with Progressive, they were the only company that would take me at the time because there were so many kids getting into accidents. Allstate wouldn't take me. State Farm wouldn't take me. It was my only option when I first started driving. No. No, I already found another guy that's gonna. I got a quote. It was like $400 less a year. So $200 less every 6 months for better coverage. And even if I went full coverage instead of just liability like I have now, it still costs less. I think it's like $100 less. Oh, that edge is beautiful. We'll go one step further. Oh, God. I'm sure it would be, but I don't think they want me on their insurance. And I'm just getting over some speeding tickets, so probably not a smart idea to go on to their insurance while that's just wearing off. Oh, dude. Holy shit. Man, every time that I sharpen one of these things, I don't think it's going to be that sharp, and then every once in a while I catch that section right down there. It's not a big deal. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm already going to get my premiums dropped a little bit, so. You know, for as thick of a blade as this thing is, it cuts through shit quite nicely. Compare it to the Sebenza, maybe. Oh, they did that as a sharpening choil right there. And also because I think that that's where, yep, it's where the lock bar sits. Oh, it's not bad. I mean, the Sabenza has a huge sharpening choil as well. I'd argue and say the one on the Sabenza is bigger. It goes deeper in too. No complaint about it personally. It's just that it's there. Not a big deal. Actually, I haven't gotten it from this one. Now that I have it with the glass blasted finish, and they tuned it while it was in there, it is so much nicer than it was before when it had the sandblasted finish. Oh, dude, I love this. The best way I can describe this when you open it just right is clack. It's a loud clack. You got to hold your hand just right to do it. I get it to do it sometimes. Yeah, dude. Did that in a restaurant the other day and I got a few people to look at me. Unfortunately, the lockup on this one's pretty far over. Not that it should cause any problems, but it's over enough that I'm starting to worry a little bit. And no, Aiden, I don't have anything to trade. I'm saving up money now. I guess it's raining outside. So yeah, it turns out when you open and close these things 2,000 times, they develop a flat spot on the ceramic ball. I didn't know that. Yeah, you have to have the perfect shape in your hand to reflect the sound properly. And I don't remember how to do it. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's just, that is my favorite sound from any knife that I own, by far. It is so loud in person. So loud. Oh, that's just a whole nother level. It's amazing. Rex 121's the hardest to sharpen. Gonna doubt that. Oh, no, no, I had it. It's louder than the chair. I don't think it's raining anymore. It happens like that. Idaho has some of the most bipolar weather in the states. Where about, let's see, we're one of the few states where you can have all five or all four seasons in a day. Where you'll wake up and it'll be like 12 degrees, and then by noon it's like 80. By 3 o'clock it's like 90 degrees, and then it starts raining, and then it hits like 9 o'clock at night, and then it starts snowing, and then it goes back down to like 10 degrees. I don't think it's a ceramic, it's the ceramic failing. I think the problem is that I don't know. It's 4% vanadium. It's not even a high vanadium steel. You'd think that it would leave a wear mark in the blade, not a wear mark on the ceramic, considering the ceramic is. Give me a sec. Is HRC linear or exponential? Phone, help me. Okay, so what's the linear scale? Or what's the exponential scale? I was going to end it about 22 minutes ago. So probably another 37 minutes. I'd like to end it on even numbers. Okay. Okay, so Laren Thomas says that it is linear. And I'm going to trust him before I trust Google's AI, personally. I don't know about you guys. Nah, them clankers, man. Watch me just instantly finish the streams over just because I said that. YouTube's AI saying, "You're done." Bam. Shadow banned for that shit would be kind of funny. Oh. I'm just gonna trust somebody who knows his shit more than uh some fucking AI that takes shit from everything. Which would mean, oh, what was the ceramic that they used? Silicon nitride. HRA to HRC. That was not helpful at all. Since HRC ends at 70 and HRA ends at 86 and a half, measuring ceramic doesn't make a whole lot of sense anyway because it just shatters when you try and measure it. Uh, damn it. Oh, there we go. So by the looks of it, it's about 82. 83. It's 83 HRC for the silicon nitride ceramic ball bearings. And zirconium oxide. Ceramic hardness. Oh, I guess I bumped the thing. Oh, damn. That is a lot harder. So it goes from 8.5 to 9 on the Mohs hardness scale. That is a pretty significant jump. Aiden, if you're still here, what did you think of that shitty picture that I uploaded on Instagram? Huh. Well, you liked it anyway. Look at how crappy that picture turned out. I've reiterated the design since then. Thanks. Trust me, I know. It's one of the worst pictures I've ever uploaded. But it got the fact that I'm thinking about, or it got the design that I'm working on out there. I'll be getting some better pictures the next time I head out to the library. I gotta have it take a picture at a certain frame rate to look good on Instagram, or else it looks like garbage because of the way that Instagram compresses pictures. Welcome back. The library computers won't let you take a screenshot. And to print something, it costs 10 cents. And I really don't want to pay money to print. Nice. I love a good banana bread. Everybody makes it wrong though. Oh, but how do you make banana bread wrong? They put nuts in it. You know what I love about banana bread? It's sweet and it tastes like bananas. You know what I don't like about banana bread when people make it wrong? Is that there's a different flavor in there and it's crunchy. Not like a good crispy crunchy, like a slightly squish crunchy. Quit putting nuts in your banana bread. Sure, chocolate chips makes perfect sense. You know what doesn't? Peanuts. You know what else doesn't make sense? Walnuts. Or any of the other kind of nuts that people put in that shit. It's good by itself. Hell, throw a little bit of zucchini or something in there. It's better than nuts. Just stop. Sure, cashews are fine by themselves. Pistachios are fine by themselves. Don't stick them in banana bread, though. Cashews are arguably one of my favorites, but still, don't stick them in banana bread. I just want you guys to know if I ever try banana bread that you made and it has any sort of crunch in it, I'm not going to be happy. Funny enough, that's one of the few times that I think poisonous is used properly. A lot of people say that rattlesnakes and stuff like that are poisonous. They're not. They are venomous, and venom and poison are two different things. Banana pudding's good too. But again, it's one of those things where it has to be made right. You're right on that. Pudding in general. If you fuck up pudding by sticking like just just don't put stuff in it. Scratch that. Nilla wafers. I fucking love Nilla wafers. Those things are fire in just about any pudding. God, I haven't had Nilla wafers in years. Banana pudding, chocolate pudding, vanilla pudding. I'd risk it and say strawberry pudding, and it would still be fire. I don't know if you can fuck up a pudding with Nilla wafers. Why would I stop being a kid? You say something funny enough, and I'll giggle like a 13-year-old. We all do dumb shit. Thing is, I'm in my lower 20s, and of course, I'm still doing dumb shit. I just don't do the kind of dumb shit that other 20-year-olds do. I don't think that the guy that sold me this is happy with me. He sent me a message on Blade Binge asking how I liked the fresh edge that he put on it. And I said, let me find what I said and read it to you guys. Because I wasn't mean about it. And Blade Binge was pissing me off when I sent the message too. Because every time that you say, like, it's hard to explain something over text, the fact that you said text, bam, they just threw a warning at you for trying to leave Blade Binge and talk to them off platform. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm just saying that it's hard for me to describe something over text. Messages. He said, hey, how's that fresh edge treating you? And I said, going fine. I'd assume you're using a fixed angle system. The tip was rounded off a little. I have no clue how to explain the way of preventing that without a video at the moment, but there are ways of preventing it. And you'll notice when you look at it, like, it's not hard to notice, but it may be hard to show on camera, that tip isn't super pointy like it usually is. Just a little bit rounded off. And the angle in which the light reflects off of it is completely different from the rest of the edge, which means he rounded it off a little bit. Not a huge deal. It'll come out in a couple sharpenings. I'm not mad about it. But there are ways of preventing that. Way number 1. Don't sharpen it before you send it to me. I'll sharpen it myself. Way number 2. How do you explain that? It's like a mini Tonto at the very end of this thing. Yeah, I don't think he's mad at, or I don't think he's happy with me because I said that. He hasn't responded since I sent that. Yes, I left him a 5-star rating because it wasn't that bad. You guys should go check him out. He sent me a sticker. Working Man Knives on YouTube and Instagram. Holy shit, Knives, I guess, is live streaming. Oh my god. It's a miracle. can't believe I pulled it off. I got him back on YouTube. Cut and Carry, what's up? No, I didn't get a notification either.
Yo, what's up, brother? How you doing, man?
Don't be surprised if the stream numbers are suffering.
Yeah, man, got the live streams. I kind of expect a low turnout today, but that's all right.
Wow, so Evil Twin shows up to his live stream but doesn't show up to mine.
I figured it was going to be Evil Twin, what's up? How you doing, man? I kind of figured numbers would be pretty low since I haven't streamed in so long. And regulars may not be showing up today because they don't expect a live stream yet.
Anyway, here in about 13 minutes, we're going to end mine, and I'll probably hop over onto his for a bit.
Yeah, so you guys, hey, Miguel, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, I'm alive. Sorry, guys. I've been going through some stuff. Shit at work got real bad, and it totally fucked my mental health up, like, catastrophically. Been kind of stepping back and taking a break. And I didn't want to half-ass everything I was doing, so I couldn't do anything but go home and sit and try to sleep, basically.
Yeah, I checked in on him once a month to make sure he's still doing all right. Because I think it was a good 2 months before he started streaming again.
We're still on the backs of that. We haven't killed it yet, so we're picking up where we left off.
But you know, when shit like that goes down and stuff isn't going well, you reach out. Because why not?
Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I didn't quit my job. And it's not necessarily my boss's fault. The short version of a long story is I switched over to opening at work, which you guys know. But things have gotten so bad, and a lot of that badness is on me. Unable to keep the back room cleaned up. Around the cabin, what's up? How you doing? Every time we've got a bonfire, district manager or something like that, he walks into an absolute catastrophe in the back room. And I've been unable to get it and keep it under control no matter what we do. So, I'm going to change shifts and let somebody else open for a while. And from Mr. V.
I love that. I'm not trying to be a dick when I say this. Okay? But you say you're worried about somebody, right? And instead of just being worried about them, like me, I was worried about him, but I also reached out and said, "Hey, how you doing?" I'm not going to sit there and just wait. Everybody had a chance to go ahead and go do that. And by the sounds of it, I'm probably one of the few people that did. I will be taking a look. Is that on Messenger? Okay. You know what? Again, I already said this a minute ago about not meaning to sound like a dick. Same thing about what I had for dinner. It doesn't look great. I'm sure it tastes amazing. It doesn't look great. I had a thing of eggs and potatoes today, and it looked like shit, but it tasted great. For anybody curious, this is what we're talking about. Holy shit, that color doesn't transfer well. It is not that orange, I promise. Yeah, that's more like it. And then as I get closer, it gets more and more orange. Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, I'm not trying to sound like a dick to that one dude that said it, but if you're worried about somebody, like genuinely worried about somebody, go reach out to them. Go say, "Hey, how you doing? How you holding up?" You don't just sit there and say, "Oh yeah, I was worried about you, but I didn't say or I didn't talk to you or anything." It that just feels wrong to me. Maybe that's just me. You know, there's a few creators I've reached out to like that where maybe they stopped uploading for a while and I go reach out to them on Twitter or something and say, "Hey, how you holding up? I haven't seen you upload anything in a while. Making sure you're doing all right." No, Aiden's not on Facebook. I tried to send him. No, you don't ask for help, but when it's offered, things change a little bit. There's a few times for me where it would have been nice if somebody would have reached out. But because we're men, nobody does. So that thing is beautiful in person. Yeah, I try sending him shit on Facebook Marketplace, and he's like, "I don't have Facebook," and I'm like, "Dude, you're a boomer. You should have Facebook." Oh, I don't know. He's like in his 40s or something. That's boomers, right? Damn. You know, maybe I was wrong. You can't tell a person's age by their hands. Cause god damn, dude. 94. Shit. You're in your early 30s, dude. Nah. Boomers are in their 40s. I gotta pick on you guys somehow. Everybody says I got baby hands. Ooh, you got soft hands. Ooh. Yes, I moisturize and I wear gloves when I work. Pardon me for not wanting calluses everywhere. God forbid my hands are smooth. Well, Aiden's a boomer and he's like 31 or something, so. Nah. Shit, I got knives older than that. I got a few knives older than that. Like World War One era old. What was that? The Silent Generation or some shit? Back in my day, we walked uphill both ways, and it was 40 miles and 2 feet of snow. You thought? Continue with where this is going. Dude, the best part about if I choose to have kids is when I tell them to go sit in their room and time out, they're going to be like, oh, but 15 minutes is so long. And I'm going to be like, yeah, well, I was stuck in my house for 3 years during a pandemic. You can deal with 15 minutes. Oh, it's just the perfect thing to use against children. Eagle Scout's younger than I am, dude. I don't even think he's 20 yet. Or no, I think he's 21. He's younger than I am, though. I know that much for a fact. Waiting for him to call me old one of these days. Dude, tell me about it. I thought that was one of the stupidest things. You can only do that if you're a moderator. Then you gotta go, if you aren't a moderator, you gotta exit out, remember their name, and then go search it and find them. It is so dumb. Anyway, the profiler, how are you doing? We're actually about to end the stream because we just hit the 4-hour mark about a minute ago. I might try and move my streams forward an hour where I start them at 10 instead of 11. I always appreciate when new people are showing up. It's fun having new people to talk to. Yeah, for some reason the old people get an attitude with me. The Spyderco? What Spyderco? The one up there? Up here somewhere? Oh, okay. Dragonfly 2 S30V. Made in Japan. Got to get some titanium scales for that thing. The black one. Oh, yeah. This is a Benchmade. Not a Spyderco. Oh, the Mannix? Well, if he was talking about the black one, then I would have thought he was talking about this one. For sure. But if you must know, Spyderco Mannix 2 and 15V. Lightweight. The second to last. Oh, wait, this one? I didn't know you were talking about this one. I thought you were actually talking about that one. I was just picking on you with all the rest of them. Shit, I didn't know that thing was on screen. This is a Spyderco military in S30V. 4-inch blade, DLC coated, worn G10 scales. And Aiden, I think I may change my mind on the making reblades. I might just go straight for having a design released. Bhagwan, welcome back. We're actually about to end the stream. The Serrated Salt 2 or the Endura 4. I don't remember what the Endura looks like. Yeah, I removed a full screw set, so it's got two screws instead of 3. Well, technically 4 screws instead of 6, but yeah. It's going well. Let me guess, $200. 166. And that's half serrated. We're looking for the full serrated. Damn, boy. Yeah, I'll be heading over to the other stream after We'll go another 4 minutes, but other than that, I would like to end the stream, and then we'll head over to the knives, I guess, live stream, cause he's live streaming again. Oh, we got another like 3 minutes or so if you want to stick around. Assault 2. Yeah, serrated knives tend to stay sharp. I'll be honest, I'd probably just end up going with a used military or a military 2. I want assault 2. But I don't want the garbage scales that it comes with. I want decent scales. I do need to be famous. Because I'm not a dick that's going to use it the wrong way. Fully serrated. It's some wild shit. Cold rolled H2. The way it gets its hardness is from pressure, not heat treat. I doubt I'll hit 1 million in 5 years, but I'd be happy to be at like 30K. And if YouTube keeps on pulling the shit that it's pulling right now, then I'm not even sure I'll hit 30 by 5 years. I think according to Social Blade, when I looked myself up, which I looked myself up a while ago just to start it, oh my god, this website sucks. I'm closing in on 1 million views though. God, they still got it wrong. My channel was created on the 15th of 2023. Thank you very much. Give me just a sec. I wanted to check something. Oh my god, I lost 2 subscribers on the 13th. Dude, that sucks. Genuinely, that kind of sucks. Now, there was a way for me to check. Ah. Yep, keep scrolling. Damn, they used to have a way for me to check, yeah, but they're not great. need to get like 2,000 views on one video. I think my CPM's like 20 cents. Which is, oh, future projections. There we go. Yep, they think at the current rate, by 2030, I will have 7,600 subscribers. Which sucks. But I'm not going to believe that because I can do better than that. Similar channels. Oh. Achievements. Not bad. Okay, guys, since there's only one of you guys here, if you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask them now. If not, I will be ending the stream in a minute and a half. And then I will be heading over to Knives, I Guess's stream. And I'll be sitting in there for a while. Sit there and talk about stuff, have some decent conversation with decent people. So, yeah. Sounds like a plan. He's got a little bit more of an entertaining stream than I do, so. Damn, we got 28 likes tonight. Not bad. At least I think that says 28. Yeah, okay, it does say 28. Sounds like a plan. I think I will. Inverted, Turbo, the Profiler, Bhagwan, and Aiden. We will see you guys later. Hopefully you guys have a great rest of your night, day, morning, whatever it is. And we'll see you in the next one.